going to help if I turn on my mic. Lola, hello. How are you today? You said you've got a little bit of a headache. I'm sorry to hear that. That's sad. It's I find when the temperature is going up and down, the pressure is going up and down, so it gets a little headachy sometimes. So this is Thursday, 11 a.m. in Southern Ontario in Canada, and this is Pearl, and we're going to just do some sprints today, some chitty chat, some sprints. Let me know in the comments what you are working on today. I have my e-reader. The book that I'm reading only comes as an ebook, so that's what I'm going to be reading for the first sprint. This is the book that writes itself, and there we go. I'm always trying to figure out how to set this up, and I don't know why I can't figure it out. I need a teenager to come over and show me how to stream. So this is the book that I'm still reading. I'm about halfway through it now. It's the story is The Dark Elf, and it's an adventure he goes on. It's a journey that he goes on. It's a spiritual journey. So, he goes through the dark night of the soul, lucid dreaming, neural pathways, like all of this kind of stuff. The sort of thing that many people are talking about these days, including myself on another channel. And so I thought this was kind of interesting. And the book is meant to be channeled. Like it was like the woman who wrote the book, this Corina, she received this book through a channeled message and wrote it down. So I thought that was kind of neat, and thought, what the heck? We'll see what it's about. I started it a couple of weeks ago, but I've just been really busy and haven't had a lot of time to just read. And it doesn't come as an audio, so I can't just listen to it. Although I was saying to Lola the other day, my superpower is blocking out voices. So when I listen to an audiobook, I can literally block out the whole book. I can be like, how when you read a page, you realize you've read 5 pages and you've absorbed nothing? That's how I get sometimes when I'm listening to an audiobook. So it's not always easy for me to listen to them, but I'm trying, getting better. And they're so much faster. So, because it's amazing how like an audiobook can be 6 hours, but it can take me 3 weeks to read the book. So yeah, anyway, I see there's a couple people watching. Say hello in the comments. I see Lola in there. And sorry, I'm just reading a text from my son there. It's like, well, because when your kids text you, you got to answer. You got to check right away, just in case they need you for anything. And he's at school right now, so he just want to make sure he didn't need anything. There we go. All right. So it is 11:03. Say hello. I see there's 2 people watching, so say hello. And then we're going to dive into our first sprint. We'll probably go an hour. We'll do an hour at a time, see how we do, get stuff done. So the first sprint, I'm actually going to be reading. Second sprint, I'll probably be knitting because I still have this baby blanket on my needles that I need to get done as soon as I can. And I have my analog cart here as well. So I want to get some of my journals and logs. Like I have a knitting journal, reading journal, things like that. I need to get them updated. So I will be doing that as well. And I'll be here till 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So we got 6 hours ahead of us of getting stuff done. I have some nice music for our sprints. You can always mute it. If you want silent sprints, by all means, just mute it. And this is the time to it's Lola and the ghost. I don't know who the other person is. I'm not sure. Anyway, all good. Hopefully more people jump in and hang out. This is a brand new channel, so we're just getting things going, getting things built, and getting into the swing of things here. So I'm not new to YouTubing, but this is a brand new channel for me. So that's where we're at. That's why there's just me and Lola and the ghost. So there we go. So this is time to Get your beverage of choice. I have my protein coffee here. We were talking about this on another channel yesterday. And the question is, why don't you just eat? If you want protein, why don't you just eat? And it's like, if your goal is about 90 grams of protein a day, that's really hard to eat 90 grams of protein. Like an egg, I think has 4 grams of protein, maybe. Let's see. How many grams of protein in an egg? How many grams protein in an egg? There we go. 13 grams of protein in an egg. So you'd still have to eat a lot of eggs. You'd still have to eat a lot of chicken. And I find as a Gen Xer, it's hard to eat. Like I grew up in a culture of like not eating because our moms were always on diets. Our boomer moms were constantly fighting their weight. So it was a half a grapefruit and a cigarette was your morning food. So as a Gen Xer, I do kind of struggle to eat as much as I probably should. So getting protein in my coffee is a really helpful way of getting 30 grams of protein before I've eaten anything is a good start to the day. And if you're in menopause, you really need to focus on protein in menopause, particularly if you don't want to be gaining weight. Because it's so easy to, like, I can shoot up 10 pounds, no problem, in one day with the menopause. So I have to stay on top of my protein every day to keep my weight and my size and my shape in check. So, yeah. All right. Let's dive in. What are you going to do, Lola? What are you going to do for the next hour on Sprint? Let me know. And we'll get going. 3 minutes. We'll start in 3 minutes. And then we'll do 50-minute sprint. And that way we're keeping our numbers even. It's just so I remember. I'll be like, I don't remember what time we were supposed to start. And I have yet to figure out how I can put a timer in here, like a countdown timer. I know if I use DaVinci, it will generate one for me that I can pop in videos and things like that. But I just want a little timer. I just want a little timer on the side counting down or something. I don't know. So I need to figure that out, how to do that. Or see if someone, I don't really want to download DaVinci. It is a massive, massive program. So I may ask somebody if they'll make a couple videos for me, like 30, 60, 90-minute countdown videos so that we can use those. What do we think? I think that sounds like a good idea. And in the meantime, still try to figure out how to have a timer on here. So Lola's going to figure out lunch and read. Awesome. What are you reading? Let me know what you're reading. Oh, I just got a bunch of emails coming in. Holy smokes, everything all lit up all at once. There we go. Boom. Okay, we're going to start and we'll go to 12 noon Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, a countdown to the stream starting. Yeah, I need like a 60-minute or 45-minute, you know what I mean? That I can, when we do sprints, we can do it. And I see them on other channels, but I don't know people well enough to say, hey, can you tell me how you did that? But I did ask somebody and they said they used DaVinci to make a video with a timer on it. So there we go. It's a novel. Well, maybe you'll not be so secretive, Lola. You'll tell us what novel it is. All right, we're going to start sprinting now, and we will resume at 12 noon EST. Hi, everybody. How did we do? How did we do? I see Glenda's jumped in. Hi, Glenda. How are you today? Let's see. Lola posted about a book, The Night Sister. There we are. So I pulled it up and I thought I'd share it with you. Once the thriving attraction of rural Vermont, the Tower Motel now stands in disrepair, alive only in the memories of Amy, Piper, and Piper's kid sister, Margot. The three played there as girls until the day that their games uncovered something dark and twisted in the motel's past, something that ruined their friendship forever. Now adult, Piper and Margot have tried to forget what they found that fateful summer, but their lives were upended when Piper receives a panicked midnight call from Margot with news of a horrific crime for which Amy stands accused. Suddenly, Margot and Piper are forced to relive the time that they found the suitcase that once belonged to Sylvie Slater, the aunt that Amy claimed had run away to Hollywood to live out her dream of becoming Hitchcock's next blonde bombshell leading lady. As Margot and Piper investigate, a cleverly woven plot unfolds, revealing the story of Sylvie and Rose, two other sisters who lived at the motel during its 1950s heyday. Each believed the other to be something truly monstrous, but only one carries the secret that would haunt the generations to come. Well, that went immediately on my TBR because I thought, yep, that is right up my alley. Absolutely right up my alley. And I do love a good thriller. Sorry, oh, there we go. I do love a good thriller. I was freezing, so I went and got my cozy blanket zipper sweater thing. I don't know what they call it. It's fleece and it has a zipper. And so it's like a shawl, but can be a blanket at the same time. And I do love a good thriller. And I'm going to need one when I'm finished reading the book that writes itself. I will need a thriller to cleanse my palate. Absolutely. I haven't actually read a thriller at all this year, and that's usually all I read. So that's I've been missing my heart racing as I'm turning pages like mad. So yeah, so Glenda has popped in. Hello, hello, hello. And Poseidon Siren has said hello. And Lola, how was your sprint? How did you get along with your book there? Yeah, it does sound like a good read, doesn't it? And Kisa is the kitten. Poseidon Siren has two cats, and Kisa's the little kitten. And she is destroying everything that Poseidon Siren is trying to destroy. So there we have it. Let me know how you did with your sprint there. We had about 45 minutes or so. And let me know in the comments what you got up to, what you accomplished, and then what we're going to do for the next sprint. I'm going to get I just read about 25 pages of my book, which is great. It's a quick, easy read. It's interesting to read. It's a story. It's a novel, but it's goes through a spiritual journey. So we're on to the Akashic records now, which is like every time I flip a page, I'm like, yeah, this is my jam. This is right up my alley. So yeah. And Glenda, how are you today? What are you up to for our sprints? Are you reading? Are you working on something? Are you writing a book? I can't remember if you told me that, if you're writing a book or not. And let's see what else is in here. Let's see. Oh, everybody's quite quiet. Yeah, Lola's had a headache for a couple days, so we're sending her some nice healing energy to help take the pressure off. The weather here Lola lives about 4 or 5 hours from me. And the weather here was really, really cold. It was like minus 35 and last week, and now this week it's like 0. What does my weather app say? It's taking its time. Oh, it's currently minus 6, which feels like summer. But what I find, what happens, the closer it gets to 0, the colder I feel, which is why I got all bundled up today. Because it just starts to become a damp cold, and that you really feel. I feel like when it's minus 35, it doesn't feel as cold as when it's minus 5, because it just gets damper the closer we get to 0, and the snow starts melting and the ice all starts melting. So yeah, that's where we're at. It's her eye mostly in the, oh dear. Can you take something for it? Like I have chronic headaches, so I take Advil. I just start my day with an Advil and a coffee. Just get it out of the way and feel better within 20 minutes. But yeah, I'm hoping you can take something. And it might be related to gut health as well. If you're getting headaches all the time, I know that's my problem. I have leaky gut and digestive issues, so that's tends to be where my headaches stem from. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. I don't know if all right, I'm just looking at making sure that everything's okay on the channel. All right. Well, we're a quiet bunch today. So we will in 3 minutes, we'll do another sprint until 1 o'clock EST. And let me know what you're going to do for that sprint. I've got my, I need to update my day book, my little Snoopy day book. And I'm going to update my knitting journal and log. And then I also have my reading journal and log. So I'm going to get those things updated. I've got my colorful pens to do that. So I'll be able to see things. Go back years from now to try to remember the name of a book. I can remember the story, but I can't remember the name. Story of my life. This is kind of neat packaging. I just got these pens. It's sort of neat packaging where there's a flap, but it's like hard plastic inside. It's kind of neat. Kind of neat. We're so quiet. So quiet. I have a Legion meeting tonight. Everybody knows how much I love that. I got told off last week. Yeah, got told off. Good times. Because I hadn't been to a few meetings. So, yeah, I got told I would be kicked out. To which I said, promise? So, yeah, I'll be there tonight and keep my membership active. So, and then go back to the 3D printer and see if you can master CAD. Oh, we're still working on that. Oh, did you walk away from it for a little while and then decide you're going to come back to it? Because yeah, sometimes you got to take a break from things and then come back and work on them with fresh eyes and a fresh mind. Go in feisty tonight. Yeah, there's a man there who I would say is in a mental health crisis of some kind. And he keeps disrupting everything and keeps grandstanding. Like he wants to like air his grievances for everyone. But it's nothing to do with anything going on at the branch of the Legion. It's nothing to do with any of that. You know what I mean? So, and he holds everybody hostage to stand there ranting about these things. So we've all kind of decided that we're going to shut it down quickly because it's not fair. Like, I'm at the point now where if he starts that, which is kind of why I haven't been going, because I'm like, why is this being allowed? Why is this allowed to happen? So I'm just going to stand up, put my coat on, get my bag, and leave and be like, I'm out. I'm not hanging around for this. And it has been decided that if he will continue doing it and won't stop, that the police may have a conversation with him about it. Because when you're asked, when you're in a meeting, when you're in a group setting, in a something like a service club, whether it's Lions or whether it's Rotary or the Legion or Odd Fellows or anything like that, and you start dominating the room just to grandstand and air your grievances, when you are asked to sit down and you don't, you are now out of order. And if you continue, then you can be removed. So that's where we're at. So we'll see what happens tonight. I'm sure I'll have a full report. I'm sure I will have a full report because it is, yeah. If it gets spicy, I might stick around just to see what happens. But if it's stupid, I'm probably just going to leave and come home and let that be that. So Poseidon Siren saying, yes, she walked away from it and refreshed. Yeah, because when we spoke a couple weeks ago, you were trying to figure it out. And then, yeah. It's like, I've done the same thing where I think you're too deep in it to figure it out. You have to walk away and let things percolate a bit. And then suddenly the answers will appear. And you know what to do. You can figure it out. Antisocial behavior. Yeah. I mean, I think he's a veteran. He tells us he's a veteran. They were trying to find his records and nobody could find them. Now, that doesn't mean they don't exist. It just means that no one can find them. So that's sort of where the conversation was left. So yeah, I don't know. Every single time he starts the big rants, he's the veteran of a whole other army, war, country, whatever. And so when we're sitting there making a list of all the places he said he has served, we're just like, wow, like this can't be true. This can't be right. But who knows? Who knows? Oh, Lola's saying because he was a spy. Worst spy ever. If he was not a great one. And it's becoming a situation where I think we need to bring in outside people to basically do a mental health wellness check on him. And we'll see if we can get him supports in whatever way. He does have access to them because if he is a veteran and he can provide a service number, then we can get him funding for therapy and things like that. But he has to be willing to have a conversation that's not just grandstanding and holding everybody hostage. If he's willing to have a real conversation and accept that he needs some psychological help, then great, we will do that. We'll make that happen for him. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I'll be back with a full report on my next live, I'm sure. Yeah, it's funny, but it's not funny. Like, it's like one of those things where we're like describing it. It sounds funny, but when you're watching it, it's like, oh, it's really hard. His number was 007. Well, no, that was the Sir John D. That was his number. That was his number. What is it? A rooster? Oh my gosh, what is this? Is that a rooster? I need my glasses. I don't know where I put my glasses. All right, we're going to do another sprint. We'll go till 1 p.m. EST. And let me know in the comments what you're going to work on this time. And I'll turn our music back on. Oh, it's a grandstanding rooster. Thank you. It's a grandstanding rooster. Yes, that's it exactly. That's it exactly. Thank you. Crowing. It's hard to see others struggle and they don't. Yes. Like that's it. When you're watching somebody having a mental health moment and they don't know they're having a mental health, but because this is the thing. If this is his personality, this is a real shame. It's a real shame if this is his personality. I don't think it is, but we've got to get to the bottom of it, which is why I kind of have to go tonight, because they're all looking to me to sort of be a voice of reason with him and kind of say, well, let's see if we can get you some help. So we'll see what happens. We will see. Full report when I'm back. All right, we're going to sprint until 1 p.m. That is 45 minutes. I'm going to actually grab something to eat and another blanket because my house is so cold and it's hard to heat up a big house. Like I've got a 3 levels of my house. I don't want to heat the whole thing, and it's hard to heat the whole thing. So yeah, well, Poseidon, if you wouldn't mind, just leave this running in the background so that, you know, we all understand watch hours, right? So just leave it in the leave it running in the background. And when the music stops, I'll start talking, and then you'll know that we're back, and then jump back down to the chitty chats. And we'll turn the music back on. Boom, and pop it back up on the screen. There we go. And I'm going to go get something to eat. All right, everybody. How did we do? I got my day book updated, and I did actually send an email to somebody like for events. So because I need to know what date an event is coming up. So I'm just waiting for them to reply and let me know so I can add that in. But I do this thing where I have Trello on my laptop, and so I just keep my schedule in there, like my daily life is in there. And then I forget to write things in my day book. And then when I'm out in the world with my day book in my bag, I'm like, I don't know what's going on. So that's why I thought I better get everything written in there. My whole summer schedule is now there. And I don't have to worry about double booking anything, because that's my thing is I don't write something down and then somebody says, hey, do you want to do XYZ? And I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And then totally forgetting that I already had plans. And I did that a few months ago, and I had to go back to somebody and say, I'm so sorry. I have mistakes have been made. So they were okay and they rescheduled. It was no problem. But I don't like doing that. I like to have everything all lined up. So that's what I did. And then I got my reading journal updated. Just for, I haven't really read that much. It's kind of weird. I was away. So that really, there was about 2 weeks where I wasn't fully in my life and able to read. I had really busy days. And by the time I got back to my condo in the city I was in, I was just too tired. I just wanted to stare at the wall or just listen to people argue on YouTube. You know what I mean? I didn't want to invest in anything. So, yeah, I'm just trying to get this book done. And so I got my reading journal updated, and then I'm going to get my knitting journal updated, because I've got all of these, like I do this thing where I take the yarn wrapper and then just pop it in so that I remember what dye lot number it was, what brand it was, because I've got yarn and I'm like, I don't know what brand it is. Knit things and I'm like, I have no idea. Can't recreate it because I don't know what the yarn is. So this is the year we stop doing that and we make sure that we keep track of everything. And so when I go back, because like say this guy I know, I made him a neck warmer and he's worn it in his YouTube videos. This is a YouTuber. And so I told him I would make him a matching hat. Well, if I don't know the yarn, I can't do that. Fortunately, I've kept track of everything. So then I can make him a hat that matches his neck warmer. So, and I'll mail that to him. He just lives in Toronto, so easy enough. But it was kind of fun. He shouted me out on his channel. It was like, look, someone made me something. And he was so excited. He's like, no one's ever knit me anything in my life. And I didn't just knit it. I mailed it to him before my trip. So it arrived while I was away. And he got to wear it in his videos. Found a lovely source of free download 3D files. CAD's on the back burner again. Octopus. Hold on. I want to see what that looks like. Oh, that looks really cute. Because it says octopus red waving. But when you see it in the actual chat on YouTube, it's really cute. Too many things going on. Too many things. I do the same thing. So I block my time is so that I have like an hour of reading, an hour of knitting, an hour of cooking, and then that way I'm not trying to do 10 things at once, which we know never works. As we see, we're like so busy running from thing to thing that we don't actually accomplish anything. So now you've got 3D. So Poseidon Siren has a 3D printer. So she's going to make some stuff. So the CAD is on the back burner again. And I guess you're using CAD to make your own files as opposed to having to download 3D files, like the files for your 3D printer. Is that how that works? So I'm going to, on the next sprint, I'm going to do my knitting journal, get that updated. And then I should show you, I've got this blanket that I'm knitting. It's a baby blanket and we'll hold it up. It's a peach color with some colored speckles in it. So this is what I have completed so far. And it needs to be 26 inches. and I don't know how long it is at the moment. Let me see. Let me see if I can measure it while we're sitting here. Yeah, I've got my little tape measure out. So it's supposed to be 26 inches when it's done. So it's about 8 now. So I'm making good progress. I'm about a third of the way, a little less than third of the way. So I'll keep plugging along with it every day. I try to do four of these little squares a day. So each one is 4 rows. So that's like 16 rows, and it's 99 stitches per row, because you can see it's quite wide. And because, it's meant to be like a little, like in a pram, or a stroller. Couldn't remember what the word was. I'm like, a pram. There we go. Same as Cricut. Oh, okay. I don't have a Cricut, but I understand that, yes, there are files. I remember way back in the day, like 15, 20 years ago, you used to get a cartridge that you would put in the machine. I've never had that kind of machine. I always had a Silhouette for a variety of reasons. One, I felt like I had way more control over the software. Two, Silhouette, a lot of people were finding with Cricut, their files are being stored on a cloud. So if their internet wasn't working, or they were like camping or something, they couldn't use their machine. Whereas my machine is run by my laptop. So I can easily, I can go be in somewhere in the middle of the wilderness with no internet, no access to anything. As long as I have my generator for hydro, I can run my Silhouette machine. And so that was a big selling point for me. I understand now that Cricuts will let you store your work on your laptop or your computer. So that maybe that's changed. I think that somebody told me that. So yeah, that's lovely. Thank you. It's a gorgeous color. You know what the saddest part is? This yarn has been discontinued, and I bought it. It was normally like $7 a ball. And then I bought it, and it was like $3 a ball. And I thought, well, that's kind of weird. It's kind of interesting that it's like on sale, like this kind of sale, but then I couldn't find any more. So this is going to have to work with 5 balls of yarn, because that's all I've got. That is all I've got. Double N Jen, hello. Thanks for jumping in. What are you working on today? We all just, we've done 2 sprints now. The first one we were reading. The second one, I got something to eat, and I was updating all of my journals and logs, because I've got like my knitting journal, my reading journal. So we're all busy accomplishing stuff. I know Poseidon Siren's been working on her studio, and I don't know what Lola's working on. So we were talking about the software that Poseidon Siren has is kind of the same idea as a Cricut. I have a Silhouette, and because I just felt like I needed more control over it way back. Like I have one of the very first Silhouette machines. So that was when, back at that time, you didn't have control of your Cricut, but you did have control over your Silhouette software and your files and everything. That was the research I did, and made my decision about what machine I wanted. And all these years, probably I've had this machine 16, 17 years, and it's still, I did a whack of t-shirts for a campaign last year, and like, it's still doing the trick. It does what it needs to do. Softwares are all the same principle. Yeah. Oh, I see. You know, it's interesting. When I worked in real estate many, many, many years ago in Toronto, we used a program called Top Producer. And it was basically a database program. You entered all your clients' information. You could generate letters, contracts, everything. You set the whole thing up the way you wanted it, and off you went. And then decades later, when I worked in a funeral home and they were teaching me how to do contracts, they sit me down, and it's a program called Mortware. And it was exactly the same thing. It was the exact same program, just for a different industry. So they were like impressed that I could so quickly pick it up. But I was like, no, I've used this before, but for real estate agents, this is just the exact same software, but for funeral directors. And so I could find my way around. I knew how to do contracts before I knew how to write a funeral contract. So that was kind of neat. But back to the vein of, yeah, all softwares are the same principle. They all tend to function the same. Or you're just being lazy right now. Well, rest is very, very productive. So let's do that. I always say, like, if taking a nap is how you're going to spend your time here, do that, because if that's productive for you and that helps you, yeah, flop around, be lazy, lie on the couch and eat bonbons and watch soap operas. That sounds like a good afternoon. And Poseidon Siren is saying hello to John. So yeah, we're going to about 5 minutes. We're going to start our next sprint. And so let me know what you're going to work on or what you're going to do. Jen, are you going to lie on the couch and eat bonbons and watch soap operas? I haven't watched a soap opera in so long. I used to watch Y&R. And I don't even know what's going on there now. Is Victor Newman still alive? Is Nikki Newman still alive? I have no idea what's happening. Oh, Lola's still here. Yay. Yay. All right. We're going to start in just a couple minutes. Let me know what you're going to do on the sprint and chat amongst yourselves. Everybody's very friendly and nice here, so you can easily make some nice friends and connections. And I'm going to get my knitting journal updated with all my little projects. Oh, and this knitting journal is kind of neat because it has an index at the start. So you don't have to flip through everything to find what you were looking for. We're quiet today. Very, very quiet today. Yes, I am. Very quiet. Very, very quiet. We'll pop the music back on in a moment and carry on with the rest of our day. Do I use Ravelry? Sometimes. I've downloaded a bunch of patterns. Actually, on my January vlog, if you watch that, there is a link to a pattern on Ravelry that is free. So you can download it for free. I did a bunch of links on that video. There's a printable download. There's a knitting pattern. There was a link to a little band that I saw. It was my vlog. I was talking about my month, right? And there were a few other links in there. I can't remember, but they were everything I talked about. I linked so that you can grab it. But yes, go there and it's the vanilla socks on Ravelry. The link is there. That's my knitting. Oh, so you use Ravelry as your knitting journal. Oh, that's neat. That's kind of neat. See, I'm trying to have more like analog life and not be so dependent on internets and clouds and things like that. So that's why I decided to actually write it down and journal it. And then I can pass this on my deathbed. I'll be like the Book of Secrets. And then someone will get all my patterns and be wondering how I made things fit perfectly because I changed the patterns. I'm that person that I will leave an ingredient out when you ask for a recipe because people ask me for my recipes, but then they don't invite me over ever. So I'm like, well, it's not going to taste the same as mine. You love notebooks. You just never did for knitting. If Ravelry is your thing, that's great. You know, I'm always like, I find myself, because I travel all summer and, you know, Lola, you know, the kind of crazy places I end up in, like your neighborhood. Just kidding. Lola and I are friends in real life. So that's why we have a little banter. But when I was up in Maxville, coming home, we had no internet. So I couldn't access anything for a couple hours while we were up in that part of Ontario. So I definitely appreciate having things written down in writing, because if I was using a pattern on the internet, I would have been going out of my mind trying to find something to do. So that's why even I print all my patterns as well. Can't stalk me if you can't find me. Sweetie Pie, I have your address. I know where you live. I know where you live. So yes, I can stalk you, but you would know it was me, like standing across the street all creepy. You would know it was me. All right. That is 1:15 for me. Whatever time it is in your part of the world, we're going to sprint for 45 minutes. So at 2 p.m., we will resume the chitty chat. Sprint till 2 p.m. EST. Woohoo! And feel free to chat amongst yourselves and let me know what you're going to do for this next 45 minutes. And I'll see you at 2 p.m. my time, whatever time that is for you. All right. Holy, this is flying by today. I've got one row of knitting done in that 45 minutes because I suddenly needed some chocolate. So I had to go get that, ran up to the room where I store my chocolate, the chocolate room, and got some mini eggs. And while I was doing that, there was a knock at the door. I saw the postman coming, and there was a knock at the door, and there was a parcel I needed to sign for. And it actually came from Poseidon Siren. There we go. Who was demolishing a bag of salted chipsticks. What's that? What's that? Is that, I remember when I was little and Marks and Spencer's was in Canada, and they had these, they looked like French fries, but they were like crispy. And I remember they were salt and vinegar flavor. So good. We always had them at Christmas when I was little. So good. But Marks and Spencer is not here anymore. Too bad. Hasn't been here in a long, long time. So if I want my fix of treats, then I have to go overseas. I have to go overseas. Hello. Awesome. So I'll show you what was in my parcel. So many little treats. Poseidon Siren is a resin artist. So she makes all kinds of things out of resin and is going to be doing, we were just talking about earlier today, some 3D printing and woodworking. I'm going to have to hear all about that. So Maria's saying, what are we seeing here? Poseidon Siren said, yes, like that, only boring salted here. Oh, that's too bad. I'm going to have to Google and see if I can find a picture of those little potato stick thingies, because they were like the size of McDonald's fries. They weren't like, here we have something called hickory sticks and they're little tiny strips, but these were like a bag of French fries, but crispy. So this, a little lotus. How sweet is that? And a shell, some sparklies. And she said they were the colors of the chakras, which is nice. And this looks like a beautiful amethyst with a nice druzy in there. Do you know that when you find a crystal like this, that's a portal? And a lovely little, I love blue as well. It's my favorite color. And how cute is this? Because we're on the internet, little emoji, a little emoji. Now this one is really neat. I love the colors. Like, it looks magical. And this one is soft. What does it say? Soft flexi resin. So resin is usually hard, but this, let's see if we can see it. You can actually bend this a bit. It's quite flexible. That's really cool. And really, really pretty colors. Like, just so sparkly and beautiful. And a heart. I can't remember if I showed this one yet. A little heart pendant charm. And I'm actually going to hang it in my tree here. So this is from IKEA. This is actually 2 trees kind of put together to be more lush and abundant. And there's a few little ornament sort of things like this. So whenever somebody gives me something, I've got like a girl from China gave me some charms that had like jade in them. And then someone else gave me a little stained glass bird. So I'm going to pop this into this tree here. It does light up, but it's not lit up today. And, oh, like petrol. Yes. That's absolutely right. That's like petrol or gasoline on water. That's exactly the colors that is. That's exactly right. Thank you. And then a little, it's a keychain, but I'm going to clip it onto my bag. And it has a little cross on it. And it's got gold flecks, like all the Goldschlager we've drank over the years. I love it. It's so pretty. It looks like the ocean. So pretty. And an angel. And a few weeks ago, maybe about a month ago, I did a talk on one of my other channels about biblical angels and what they look like. And they do not look like this. The way angels are actually described in the Bible, they don't look like this. Not at all. So Poseidon Siren had said, well, maybe I'll make like a resin angel, but a biblical angel that looks all creepy with a million eyes and legs. But this is so pretty. I love it. I'm actually going to take this when I do smaller services at the Legion. So I'm a minister, for anybody who doesn't know this yet. When I do smaller services at the Legion, like say sometimes I just do like a 15-minute memorial at an event as part of another event. I always have a little table with a big tall, those tall candles that you get at the dollar store, the glass, the tall thin ones with like Jesus on them and angels on them. When we were little, like back in the 80s, they used to be like crystallized with like Christmas pictures on them. I'll pull up some pictures for the next round. And then I often will invite people to light a candle, a small candle, in memory of their loved one as part of that little service. I'm going to put the angel with that so that the little angel is there with the candle and then the little votives for everybody. And I noticed this. Poseidon Siren ages ago had shown me a video of some of her pieces that she had. And I spotted one and I said, is that Anubis? It is. It is. I'll do influencer hands for you. Anubis is the Egyptian god of death and is very much a symbol of the funeral industry. If you ever see somebody wearing a necklace with a charm like this, ask them if they're in the funeral industry, or if they work in a morgue or something, because this is very much a symbol of the work that people do in the funeral industry. So it's just interesting that I was just talking about funeral work and Anubis appeared at my door. So thank you so much, Poseidon Siren. That was so kind of you. So incredibly kind and generous. And what a nice little surprise to have all these lovely little things at my door today while we were sitting talking. That was so nice. Like, this is so pretty. Look at the colors. And I love that you matched the ribbon to the color in the heart. That was really cool. Really, really cool. It will be good for that. Oh, yeah. Thank you. So, yeah, when I do like a Christmas memorial service, I have like little poinsettias and the candles, and I'm going to put this in with it. So I think that will look really, really nice with everything. And then what I'll do the next time I do a service like that, and I have our little sweet angel with us, then I'll take a picture to show you and send it to you. Yeah. So what else did everybody do? Where I never knew that Anubis. Yeah, that is it's very, I don't know about the rest of the world. I just know here in Canada, it's you know, you see people with because it used to be you would see funeral directors if they were wearing a necklace for about their industry. It was a tool that was used for embalming. It is no longer used, but if you saw someone wearing it, you're like, oh, you're an embalmer. But most people would not know what it was unless they knew what that tool is. And now a lot of people have Anubis rather than that tool because that tool is no longer used for embalming. That's an old way, very, very, very old-fashioned way of doing that. And so now we have Anubis is usually, if people are going to have a charm or something, it will be that. It will be that. All right. Where's Lola? Is she still around? She might have dozed off. She might have dozed off. So I'm going to actually continue on with knitting this blanket because I want to get a good chunk of it done. And before this meeting, oh, there she is. Roll call. Roll call. And so I'm going to get a good chunk of this blanket done today. I want to get at least 10, 12 rows in before we finish up here. And but of course we've got 3 more hours together. Dip in and out as you like. I'm just going to pop all my little pieces in the bag so I don't misplace any of them. And yeah, we'll pop. I think maybe this week too I'll also make another music video so that we have different music to try. We're not always listening to the same music. So yeah, what were you working on, Lola? Reading and watching YouTube. Yeah, I think at some point today, I'm going to watch YouTube as well. I've got a couple videos I want to catch up on and see what's going on. Oh, is question period going to be on? I don't know. I've lost all track of what's going on. So this is what I was talking about, the chiplets. Salt and vinegar chiplets. Yum. Yum, yum, yum. Oh my gosh. So good. I haven't had them since I was a child, but they were so good. Time to feed the cat. Yeah, they do that. They do that. My little dog is just curled up next to me here. I'll take a picture and show you. Camera lens is dirty. Let's see if this will work. Can you see it? Oh, there. There he is, all curled up in his little bed, sleeping. He went for a groom today, so he's looking good. Looking good. YT as well. Yeah. Although I've been watching a lot of videos about like cozy winter life, which is which is nice. It's just nice. It's peaceful. It's friendly. You know, I don't, I usually watch Elevate in the morning, and that's it. So I caught him for about half an hour this morning, and that was it. Oh, yeah. Snow and Kisa will be ready to destroy something if you don't feed them soon. There you go. Question period, but not sure how good it'll be. I find it weird that like it's not on House of Canada. Like I'm used to the commentary through question period, but for now it's just like on CPAC or Canadian Capital Clips or something like that. So we don't get the interpretations through it as well. Yeah, he's my little sweetie. He was very, very shaggy and scruffy looking just a few hours ago. Let me see. I have a photo of him from oh yeah. That's how he looked a few hours ago. Very shaggy and scruffy, and now he looks like a puppy again. So that's nice. He's all cozy in his bed. Right? Isn't he cute? Little Mr. Fox. So cute. So cute. All right. We're going to dive into our next sprint, 45 minutes. Let's see what we can get on. Oh, well, he's missing out on views because he was bored. Yeah. Okay. So the channel we're talking about, House of Canada, he had like he's got other channels that are doing really, really well. But House of Canada, all it did was live stream Parliament, like question period every afternoon. And he would sit there, he would talk about the news before question period started. And then he would live stream question period and chat about it. There'd be commentary. We'd all be in the chat, you know, making friends and everything else. And he had a tantrum a couple weeks ago. The 26th of January was their first day back. And he had a tantrum and said, "That's it. I'm not doing this anymore." And left. And now he hasn't done it. Now, House of Canada is not his biggest channel. His other channel, Mr. Sunshine Baby, I think it's called, has over 500,000 subs. And he's got another like American news channel with, I don't know, probably 100,000 or something. So it's not like he's hurting. But at the same time, it's like he was getting a lot of money live streaming that because he was monetized. So he was getting super chats. So he'd probably make a couple $100 a day just live streaming for a couple hours, plus the AdSense money and Ether, right? So that's how that is. And I don't know. He had a tantrum. He's very emotional. Like when you see him, he's quite emotional. And it's interesting that he had like probably the biggest political channel in Canada, yet didn't know how to vote. Doesn't know how Parliament works, anything like that. That won't be well. I don't think he's having tantrums on his other channels, but I don't. Yeah, like his job is not to love the way party leaders and MPs handle themselves. His job was to stream question period and comment on it and then make money from that. And he's chosen not to. So whatever. It's Van Life is a lovely new channel I've found if you like that kind of thing. Lady with her dog just doing her thing. Oh, I wonder if I can copy. Okay, let me see if we can find the. Well, Poseidon Siren, you're a mod, so you can pop her link in if you want. And then we can all follow her too. But yeah, I'm kind of at the point where I just don't want drama. I don't want all the craziness. I just want nice channels where people do nice things and you know, a little music, a little chitty chat, you know, maybe a little nature, crafts. Like I just want peaceful. Don't want drama, just peaceful. That's all I want. All right. On that note, it's 2:18. We are going to sprint till 3. I've not heard this guy. Is he another grandstander? No, No, not at all. He just had a few very successful Canadian political YouTube channels. So everybody in Canada would know who he is if you are following politics. And a lot of people watched him have a tantrum and storm off and leave his channel, and that's it. He hasn't come back. So yeah, he's just I think when you have like 1 million subs combined, you maybe you can get a little bit of an ego and think that you're a little more important than you actually are. It's a polite way of saying that. All right, we're gonna go till 3:00 EST. Sprint till 3 p.m. EST. He did. He had a moment. He was in his feelings. So what happened was the Mark Carney, the prime minister, wasn't in the house, and then the leader of the opposition, Pierre Poilievre, left about halfway through the session. He had meetings or something. It was the first day back in Ottawa. They probably had a whole bunch of meetings. So he debated what he was there to debate, and then he left. And that's when this guy, his name's Jasper Sunshine, that's when he had a little tantrum, and he got in his feelings about it, because for him, I get it, his show is going to be dependent upon question period being really interesting and exciting, and it wasn't that day, and he had a tantrum about it, and that's okay. He's got other channels. He will be just fine. He'll be just fine. The House of Canada doesn't put anything up anymore. So that's that. That is that. So thank you very much to Poseidon Siren for sending me all these lovely little treats. Yeah, we've all had a moment. I almost had a tantrum on my channel not long ago, so I feel it, but sometimes you have to resist these things. So there we have it. We're going to sprint for 40 minutes now. Let me know what you're going to do on this sprint, what you're going to accomplish, what you're going to try to accomplish. Stick around, let it run in the background, and when you hear the music stop, we'll be back for some chitty chat. Hello. And hello, the Book Dreamers Alley. So nice to see you here. I just saw that you have a live scheduled, so I made sure I had turned on the notification, so I will be there if I'm home. It all depends on if I'm home at that time, and I can't remember what my schedule is that day. But if I am here, I will be on your live, chitty chatting and making friends. We'll take this down. Hello. There we go. So you're going to be doing a couple work tasks that are urgent. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of stuff. We started 4 hours ago. So I got tons of stuff done. Like all those little tasks that kind of pile up because they're little. Do you know what I mean? Like when you're, like, it's a 2-minute task. Yeah, that 2-minute task that you put off for 6 months. That's what I just got caught up on, was all those little things. So, of course. Let me pop your link in here. I need to get on this channel here. I'm going to pop your link into the chat so people can find you as well. There we are, the Book Dreamers Alley. And oopsie, go backwards. Okay, we're going to pop. So this is Anna's link right here. Boom. There you go. And that way we can all follow you as well and hang out in your live chats too. Oh, thank you. It's the blue mascara and white eyeliner is a killer combination. It's a killer combination. It with blue eyes, I find like with fair skin and blue eyes, you just kind of fade away. So you need something to sort of make the eyes pop. You got to make your eyes pop or your lips pop, one or the other, or sometimes both, depending on the mood. So I was just working on the blanket. Anna, I'll show you. It's this gorgeous peach color, and I'm doing an I-cord edge so that it's got a nice, neat edge. I don't like the sloppy regular edges, so I always try to figure out how can I do an I-cord edge. And so that's what I've been working on the last little while. Got caught up with all of my paperwork, everything else. And even the mailman came and I had to sign for a parcel. Poseidon Siren, who's in our chat right now, sent me some gorgeous pieces all the way from Croatia, which is very exciting. And Poseidon Siren is a resin artist. So she made all these things. I packaged them all. I put them all away while we were on a break. So, but that one is sitting here. And I'm going to use this for services, little memorial services. We're going to put this with the candles. So she's going to look very, very pretty. Thank you. Yeah. And Lola's kicking around somewhere. She might be watching some Canadian politics or reading her book, one or the other. So yeah, that was a pretty solid sprint. Got lots of stuff done. And on my next sprint, I'm going to go make a coffee and get some hydration, coffee and hydration at the same time, maybe a little snack. And I'm just going to get my books and everything together because I have that Legion meeting tonight. So I've got to get all my paperwork and everything together so that I actually know what I'm talking about when I'm there. And I do have some announcements to make. So I'll be doing that. And just a few more months of the deep Legion work, and then I'll be able to take a break. So that will be nice. And let me know what you're going to work on the next sprint. If you're reading, what are you reading? Lola is reading a really cool book, The Night Sister, I think it was. I immediately put it on my TBR because it looked really good. Nice thriller. And yeah, oh, Anna, you have to see. Look at the cute graphic that I had made. How cute is that? So sweet. And yeah, so that's how I've been keeping myself busy. It's the sun is coming out. It's very snowy here, so it'll be cold when I go out tonight. And yeah, I'll be looking forward to getting back home. So let me know in the chat what you're going to work on the next sprint. We're going to start in 9 minutes and we'll go for 45. Oh, Netflix time. What are you watching? I've been watching the Elizabeth Smart documentary, but then I also watched another one and I can't remember what it's called. I'm terrible with that. I'm the worst. This is why I have a reading. Remember when I showed you my reading journal? Because I can't remember the names of things. I can tell you about something, but unless the name really connects, I struggle to remember the names of shows and movies and actors and things like that. But the Elizabeth Smart documentary is really quite interesting because she's in it, like because she escaped and got back to her family. So that is kind of interesting to hear it from her perspective. Like, what did she experience while she was kidnapped? And what was going on in her mind, because her parents didn't know what was happening to her. And she didn't know, was anybody looking for her? Or did her parents care? Like, what was going on? I'm sure she knew her parents cared. But it was kind of interesting how these things go. And they, the way they looked at the brother, her father's brother, they really thought he did it. They really thought he did it. So, simply because he was like the weird one of the family, I guess. So, excuse me. Oh, excuse me again. Sorry about that. But that one was good. And I watched another one and I can't remember what it was called. Isn't that terrible? But I think it was about kidnapped girls as well. So Anna's going to work and listen to The Last Bookshop in London. Is that good? Let's look it up. Excuse me. My my nose just all of a sudden got all stuffed up. Okay, I'll read this for you. Oh, and it's got really good ratings on Goodreads too. Inspired by the true World War II history of the few bookshops to survive the Blitz, The Last Bookshop in London was a timeless story of wartime loss, love, and the enduring power of literature. August 1939, London prepares for war as Hitler's forces sweep across Europe. Grace Bennett has always dreamed of moving to the city, but the bunkers and blackout curtains that she finds on her arrival were not what she expected, and she certainly never imagined she'd wind up working at Primrose Hill, a dusty old bookshop nestled in the heart of London. Through blackouts and air raids, as the Blitz intensifies, Grace discovers the power of storytelling to unite her community in ways she never dreamed, a force that triumphs over even the darkest nights of war. Oh, I'm going to pop that on my TBR. There we go. That sounds really, really lovely. That sounds like a great story. Well, that's going to be interesting. I'll read that one too. Same thing happens. Yeah, I can't remember names of anybody. This is what I sound like. That guy, the actor guy, who he was in that one, but then he was also in the other one with that woman. You know, the one who's in everything. This is how I talk to my husband, and somehow my husband knows who I'm talking about. I don't know. Somehow he knows who I'm talking about because he always comes up with the answer, and I'm just like, wow, how do you do that? How do you do that? I don't know. Poseidon Siren scraping the bottom of the barrel to find stuff lately. This is for Netflix. I must log on to the guest account to see what pops up. We don't always get. Yeah. Like my husband's Netflix looks very different from my Netflix. His is like nature stuff, anime. Mine is true crime and Christmas movies. But yeah, different countries have different things. Years ago, I had a friend in California and I used her Netflix account and I could see what they had in America. It was kind of neat. Thank you. I think I'm at the break. I'm at the sprint. I'm gonna have to go blow my nose. Just all of a sudden got all stuffed up. Hello. Yeah, everybody's cats were staring at them, all hungry, saying, "You feed me or your lunch." Yeah. So hopefully everybody's cats. You love historical fiction. Nice. I can't remember the last time that I read something that wasn't modern. Probably like in the Outlander range. Though there's probably 3 or 4 of her books I still haven't read yet. So I've got those. I tend to read thrillers like John Mars and David Ellis, Gilly McMillan, people like that. Though I do have, who's that? Frida McFadden, is that her name? I don't know how I'm coming up with these names. Probably because I see them all the time. I never, I had no idea who she was or anything about her books. To me, I don't know. I think I just thought it was something else. But now that I'm reading the descriptions of her books, I'm like, oh, they're all on my TBR list. Lola fed the cats. Thank you. And Poseidon Siren is saying me too. Oh, I think to the historical fiction. Yay, love to find other readers who like similar genres. Anna, do you find that people on BookTube mostly read fantasy? Because that's what I find. When I was at the weekend, I got a whole bunch of subs, and I was live the other day and immediately lost 3 subs. I was like, what? Like, what the heck? But I wonder if it was because they're into like fantasy and they're writers and things like that, and they want to be in live chats that are about that. Because I think, like, I read A Court of Thorns and Roses last summer. It didn't do anything for me. I'm not a fantasy person. I totally appreciate people who are, and who are into like dragons and fairies and all of that. Like, I love that stuff. It's just reading a book about it with like different worlds, and I just find it's just a little too much for me. And so I think that maybe people, when they realize this is not going to be talking about fantasy novels, they were like, I'm out. Yeah, I'm out. Dear Debbie, I put that's at the top of my TBR right now. I think that's going to be the book that I read when I finish. Here, I'll pop the one I'm reading right now, the book that writes itself. I think I'm going to read Dear Debbie after this. Though there's so many. Oh my gosh. Do you follow Sydney on Instagram? Oh, she reads like 5 books a day, so she's always recommending them. I'm going to have to live to be 400 years old to keep up with this TBR list. Yes, the Housemaids. Yes. And she has one that Lola just read and recommended, Dear Debbie. There's a few books that she's got that everybody's raving about her. So I'm like, I better get on the Frida train. She's a neurologist as a regular job. She doesn't go to book signings because she doesn't want to be known. Is she famous enough and big enough as a writer that people are wanting her to come out to book signings and things like that? Because some writers, they have to do that themselves. Like, I see them in the bookstores where they had to arrange their own book signing and take care of everything because their agent is like, yeah, you're not big enough for that yet. But they want to, if they sell 5 books that day, they're doing great. So yeah, I don't tend to like, they're all, thank you. Thank you. There is a formula. There's a formula. Absolutely. The trope is the same almost every single time. I'm never surprised. Like, when I read someone like David Ellis or John Mars or any of these people, I am often surprised. I'm like, whoa, where did that come from? And these authors, these that write these thriller books, I don't know about other genres, but when you write to them, they do tend to write back. So when you're writing to them saying, I enjoy your twisted mind, they love it. They love it. I've had authors come back to me and say, let me give you the dates of all my next novels. And I'm like, yes, please. Yes, please. But I do find that fantasy, it's a formula. It's almost like back when I was young, the Harlequin romances, there's a formula. Hallmark Christmas movies, there's a formula. You need all the same plot points, and they're always the same. And that's what I find. I think that's what I find about fantasy, is it's just an excuse for some spicy smuttiness disguised as fairies and dragons. But it's always the same. If you plot them all out, they're exactly the same. So Anna's saying, I also love fantasy, but not only historical fiction, dystopian. Yeah, I read a lot of dystopian stories when I was in high school. Like Gen Xers, we're all up on our dystopian fiction from the 80s, the 70s and 80s. Epic fantasy, memoirs. What I dislike are self-help books, not written by mental health professionals or heavy smut. Interesting. So okay, so somebody would have to have like a degree in psychology or psychiatry for you to believe them when they're writing a self-help book. Because there's other people who write self-help books, and I'm wondering if like religious people write self-help books. So would you discount that book over a book that is written by a psychiatrist or a psychologist, like say Dr. Phil, though let's just not like, I've read one of Dr. Phil's books many, many years ago, but he's more of a celebrity than a psychiatrist now. But I like the pastel bookshelf. Oh, nice. Cool. I think yes. Yeah. A good epic fantasy is good. Like Lord of the Rings. Do you know what I mean? Like that is good, but all the fae fantasy. I did actually create some music that is going to be out on Saturday for fans of Court of Thorns and Roses, because I just kind of felt I wanted a vibe, so I created some music that will that goes with that theme of that fae fantasy. But yeah, a good epic fantasy is very different than a lot of what we're seeing right now, which is somebody I know reads it and I call it her fairy porn. And she's like, yep. And nobody knows what she's reading. Frida has like 25 books out. Really? How does she have time to do this if she's like some brain doctor, neurologist? Like, how does she have time? Look, she doesn't do book signings. She doesn't do interviews and book signings. There we go. So that's a few hours a day. That's amazing. Now, do you find, Lola, that her books, because I've never read any of her books, do you find that they're the same story just with different names and locations, or are they completely different stories every single book? That, because I know, like, say, when I was younger, like in my 20s and 30s, I read a lot of Dean Koontz. But what I noticed is once you've read about 10 of his books, it's a formula. You can see the formula. You can see that every single story has been plotted out exactly the same way. There's just one thing Frida has done wrong, and it's saying a psychopath can love, which is not true. I'm a psychologist. They cannot feel anything that implies empathy. Yeah, absolutely. Interesting. So what book is it that she said that people can, that a psychopath can love? Or I'll just read them all. And then I'll find that. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Same with, and I know enough about it. I was raised by a narcissist. So they can't love. There's no love there. There's things disguised as love, but they're not love. Mainly read fantasy. That's different. And regularly, yeah, see, we've had this like weird split in the fantasy world where there's like solid, hardcore, amazing fantasy stories, and then everything else. And that's what I'm talking about when I'm like, it's all the same. That, like, because you cannot crank out 5 books a year and have them all be original stories. You know, there's a reason why The Goldfinch took her 10 years to write, because that was a very original, incredible story. And I'm just finding when people are cranking out book after book after book in such rapid succession, It's got to be incredibly hard to be original every single time. Yeah, Poseidon Siren books are fun. And audiobooks, there's a million audiobooks out there that you can easily just pop your headphones on and do other things while you're listening to it. There's no basis for what they say. Example, Paulo Coelho tells you everything will work in your favor if you really want something that just leads people to deep frustration. Oh, exactly. You know what? On one of my other channels, I've got the script right here that talks about manifestation and that we've been told things all wrong. That it's just, if you just want it hard enough, it'll come. And it just skips something like, and I know exactly what you're talking about here. That it's not about visualizing better or wanting it more or being in the right vibrate, all of this, like raise your vibration, everything else. And people are getting told in this kind of way that they're not spiritual enough and they're not disciplined enough and they're not aligned enough. And then so people double down on their work, on their manifestation work. And that's not really, you can't, if your central nervous system is not accepting what you want, then nothing's going to happen. So absolutely, 100%, 100%. Yeah. Because people like when it doesn't go their way, then they double down on their efforts and they're like, I just have to be more positive. I just have to want it bad enough. I just have to, do 500 more affirmations, all of this stuff. So yeah, that, there's a fine line there in energetics and like leading people astray because you're not giving them all the information that they need when it comes to how to manifest and how to have a nice life. So it doesn't work. Oh, when things don't work out their way. Yeah. Yeah. I always tell people, like, if you need, like, if you're having a mental health issue, you need to see a therapist of some kind, even if it's just to point you in the right direction. I saw a therapist back in the before times, and it was just unfortunate how things went because I saw them, and then my next appointment had to be canceled because of lockdowns. And so I did see her in the before times, but we did so much work in that session that she actually set me up to pursue things on my own when we couldn't go anywhere and we were all locked in our houses and everything. And she gave me a starting point to build a vocabulary. Because I was raised by a narcissist, I have CPTSD and PTSD. So I hated that when she said that to me. She's like, it's so clear. Like, she's like, I don't even need to test you to see it. Like, the words coming out of your mouth are telling me the whole story. But I didn't get to have any treatment. Like, that was it. It was like sort of, it ended when the lockdown started. But I had that information that I could on my own start pursuing answers and explanations and an understanding of what I was experiencing that I really shouldn't be experiencing. So that was a big, long explanation there. Completely. Yeah, because there's some that are fantasy books, all that kind of stuff. There's two kinds. We'll just leave it at that. There's two kinds. And whoever likes reading them, knock yourself out, enjoy yourself. That's what life is meant to be. No, they're all different. Oh, you wonder if Frida's writing about her patients. Oh, that would be kind of interesting, actually. Because people always ask me to write about my work, and I'm like, maybe someday. But yeah, the stories I could tell. The teacher. Do you know about the Stephen King universe? Each book is related to others and have the same. Oh, like Easter eggs, like how Disney has little Easter eggs. Like they'll play a movie, but then in that movie there'll be a poster of the next movie and that sort of thing. That's kind of neat. Oh, thank you, Anna. It is what it is. It is what it is. My next life will be different. People say that a lot with fertility. Just relax. Don't think about it. It'll happen. Adopt and you'll get pregnant. Okay, but that doesn't. Oh, yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, we're not actually addressing why somebody can't get pregnant. Yeah, no, and it's true. Like to compare it to like self-help books, people. Here's the problem, though, and I don't know where you live, but where we live, Lola and I live in the same area. A psychiatrist, like a therapist, is so expensive that most people simply cannot afford to go. It just, like maybe a couple times a year they could save up for an appointment, but most people cannot afford to go to therapy on a regular basis, which is why people turn to self-help books, I think, because it's like, well, I can afford a $20 book, but I can't afford a $200 hour appointment. Right. So, and we have to pay for it. We don't get it. It's not part of our universal health care. So we have to pay out of pocket for that appointment. And a lot of people don't have that kind of money. If you want to go to therapy once a week, that's $800 a month. And most people can't afford that at all. So I think that's why, especially particularly in Canada and in Ontario, it's a big problem. I like books by Edward Rutherford. He did a couple of Dawn of Time and modern day books. One called Serum, about modern day sales. Okay, let's look that one up. Let's see what that is. Serum, the novel of England. Oh, that's got really good. That's got good ratings too. A novel that traces the entire turbulent course of English history. This rich tapestry weaves a compelling saga of 5 families: the Wilsons, the Masons, the family of Porteous, and the Shockleys, and the Godfreys, who reflect the changing character of Britain as their fates and fortunes intertwine over the course of the centuries. Their greater destinies offer a fascinating glimpse into the future. An absorbing historical chronicle, Serum is a keen tale of struggle and adventure, a profound human drama, and a magnificent work of sheer storytelling. Anna, I think you might really like that one. It's Serum by Edward Rutherford. You might really like that. Let's see if I just want to make sure. And Anna, I don't know what The Teacher is. Was that the name of a book? Oh, we got really chatty this time. It's awesome. And my emails are busy today. Oh my goodness. There we go. Back to here. And is anybody watching the Olympics? I feel like everybody's crashing this time. I've seen so many videos of skiers crashing. And I watched one, and it almost like it seemed like she came around a corner and then just landed on her side. And I was like, no, you were supposed to stay standing. You were supposed to stay standing. The Teacher is by Frida. Oh, okay. Maybe that's her grade 4 teacher that she didn't like. She made up stories about her. Maybe. All right. It's 3:30. Let's sprint for an hour, and then we will chat to wrap things up. The American skier was bad. Yeah. Like I've seen so many crashes. And then on the bobsled a couple times, there was a girl on like a toboggan, front-facing toboggan skeleton or something like that. I don't know, luge something. I'm not sure what they're called. I don't know, front-facing toboggan. And apparently a broom hit her on the way down, which just ruined her entire run. And I'm like, did they not get to do it again? Like, I don't know. These Winter Olympics seem kind of scary and dangerous. So we'll, yeah, We just walk. That's all I do. Skeleton. Yeah, skeleton. Yeah, it's called skeleton. Skeleton Olympics. Yeah, it's the oh yeah, that's it. Yes, that's what it is. Thank you. The front facing toboggan is called skeleton. Skeleton. No, I don't think it's called. Is it called? Hold on. It's skeleton. Oh no, it is skeleton. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's how it's spelled. Like a skeleton. That's really weird, actually. I don't know. Okay, Poseidon, thank you so much for hanging out. And yeah, if you doze off, that's so it's late for you. It's like close to midnight now for you, isn't it? And so if you doze off, have a good sleep. And if not, then we'll see you on the other side of the sprint. And what do we have? It's gonna be because because if you crash, that's all that's left. Yeah, yeah. Well, hopefully the rest of the Olympics is just fine. I understand the Canadian women's hockey team won, so that's all that matters. That's all that matters. Okay, we are going to sprint till 4:30. And by all means, let me know in the comments what you are going to work on for the next hour. And I'm going to get a coffee because I might not make it to the rest of the day. All right. How did we do, everyone? We still have a few people here, which is awesome. And welcome to, there we are. There we go. Alicia, books and things with Alicia. We'll drop your link in. Hang on one second. Let me pull your link up here, and we'll drop your link for everybody so that we can all follow you as well. Let me see here. There we go. And you are reading Meet Cute. And there we go. Awesome. Oh, Meet Cute is the Advent book by 14 different authors. Who's John? There's a lot of books on Goodreads called Meet Cute. That's why I was like, what's the name of one of the authors? And then I'll see if we can find it, and then I'll read the description. Because the one that I pulled up is one author, and it's a romance. But I don't know. Meet Cute. Some People Are Destined to Meet. Is that the right one? Oh, okay. I think I found it. Jennifer L. Armentrout. People Like That. Have I got the right one here? Okay, perfect. I found it. Thank you. I'm going to read the description for everyone. Whether you believe in fate or luck or love at first sight, every romance has to start somewhere. Meet Cute is an anthology of original short stories featuring tales of how they first met from some of today's most popular YA authors. Oh, two Bay Area girls meeting via a cranky customer service tweet, a glossy tale about a magazine intern and a young rock star. Oh my goodness, two teens hiding out from the police at a house party. A charming love story that begins over iced teas at a diner. Oh, this sounds wonderful. Oh, so I'll pop the link to this one in. Let me find the, so that you can, everybody who wants to read this now can see it on Goodreads. There we go. Awesome. That sounds like a really cool book. Yeah, a bunch of heads. Yeah, that's exactly the one that I found. Oh, hi, Calligraphy Kate. Hello, from the UK. Fun. One of my mods is actually from the UK. She doesn't live there right now, but she's from there and has a beautiful accent, a beautiful English accent. So yeah, whereabouts in the UK are you, Calligraphy Kate? We'll drop your channel as well. I have to go 12 steps to get the to get to the chat, and then we'll get your channel dropped in here as well so that we can all. Oh, you don't have anything going on. Oh, you're not a creator. Okay, that's totally fine. Totally fine. But I assume by your name that you are doing calligraphy, which is cool. I remember back in the 80s, we were all doing calligraphy, and I think it's cool, the people who kept it going. And I've seen there's so many different styles, which is really neat. You kind of, I guess you find your own style of calligraphy, and with all the brushes and pens and everything. I was never very good at it because I'm left-handed. And at the time, it wasn't so easy to find left-handed tools. And the ink would be everywhere, because I can take this down, I guess. The ink would be everywhere because I would be dragging, like as I was writing, I was dragging my hand right through the ink. So yeah, we did the left-handed people in calligraphy are not really good friends. And Hampshire near the south coast. Very nice. Very nice. I've been to London. I drove actually from London right up to the north of Scotland, like to Inverness. And then we went out a little bit further and drove down to Wales and then back down to London and flew home. Okay. Books and things with Alicia. My channel is mostly bookish content, but I will throw in a theme park visit, mostly Universal. I also do time-lapsed Lego builds and more. That's cool. That's very cool. I like that you do time-lapsed Lego builds. My house was a big Lego house when my son was young. All he wanted to do, I would buy him like a 500,000 piece Lego set, thinking that's my day sorted. I'll give this 5-year-old a big, massive Lego set, and like an hour later, he'd be like, "Okay, mommy, I'm done. What do I do now?" And I'm like, eh. So yeah, my kid was very much a Lego person, and oh my goodness, he had all the Legos, and they're not cheap. Like this was like birthday and Christmas kind of thing. Like I'd see Legos that were hundreds of dollars. And it's like, okay, that's not an everyday purchase. That's just not, especially when he'd have it done in an hour. And it's like, that was a very expensive hour of entertainment. Yeah, it is messy. I actually have to be quite cautious about what pens I buy because sometimes the ink, like gel pens and things like that, the ink just smudges across the page. The cheaper ballpoint pens, I have to use very ink that dries quickly as a lefty, just a left-handed person, not a lefty in real life. Lived in London for more than 3 years and I still miss it. I stayed in Walthamstow, which is right in the East End. And as much as I didn't live there for a tremendous amount of time, I have such fond memories of it. And you learn your way so quickly, like with getting the trains home and everything. It was the last stop on the blue line, but then if the last stop stopped earlier than the rest of the stops, and I remember, so you just go to Seven Sisters and then you can walk home from Seven Sisters. So yeah, that's my London experience. Absolutely. My biggest build was Hogwarts Castle. Fun. Yeah, my son, big Harry Potter guy as well. So the Lego and the Harry Potters, we had all kinds of, like, still to this day, I will find like little Hagrids and little owls, and I'll find a little sword somewhere from all the Harry Potter kits that went in and out of my house over the years when my son was young. Well, he's still young, but when he was little. Big Lego house. Yeah, Legos are amazing. And it is, right? Like that was a thing that shocked me. If it would had kept him entertained for a few days, even a week, great, worth it. But yeah, like literally an hour, and I was like, oh, what are we gonna do now? Run out of money. A lefty too. Oh, that's cool. And so do you find you have to be pretty cautious about the pens that you buy when you're doing handwriting, simply because of the ink doesn't dry fast enough? There we go. Hello. And who's it? Oh yeah. Oh, and the Book Dreamers Alley, I dropped your link earlier, so that people here can subscribe to you. And Lego just came out with, yeah. It kind of reminds me of, like, in Toronto, we have like the Toronto Maple Leafs. You cannot take your kids to go see the Leafs play. Like, that's $1,000 night to see the Leafs play. And I just think, gosh, like, why are these things so expensive? Why do they cost so much? And they're meant to be for children. And I think that's a strong message. That's not for kids. That is not for your children. Zebra brand is good. I don't know. Tull. I don't know that brand. I just got a set of they're not micron pens, but they're similar. Here, let's see if we can see that. Mr. Pen. I bought them on Amazon, and they're quite nice. The ink dries instantly, and they're smooth, which is nice, because a lot of people don't realize, like, if you're right-handed, you're pulling across the page, but when you're left-handed, you're pushing across the page. So your pen needs to, if you've got a roller ball or something, it has to work well. And I've got, yes, the sun is going down. I have a big window right in front of me, and the sun is going down. So this is my life here. When I was doing lives on my other channel, I would start them at 3, and by 4:30 I'd be sitting in the dark towards Christmas time. And so here we are. We can see the days. It's 20 to 5 here in the Toronto area, and the sun is just starting to go down. It's at the rooftops right now, so we'll be blinded by it shortly. All right. I don't know who's still here. We're just going to chitty chat until the end. While we were sprinting, I was working on the baby blanket. So, there you can actually see the speckly colors in this light now. So it's coming along. We're getting there. I want to have it done by next weekend. So I've got to keep plugging along every single day. It's about a third done now. So we'll do that. And was it Alicia? Is that how we say your name? Is Alicia? was working on her reading journal. I did that earlier too. Got mine all caught up and up to date, which is great because my thing is, and I can never, and somebody else chimed in and said the same thing. Like, I can't remember names of books. I can't remember names of actors, characters, anything like that, but I can tell you what the story is about. The problem is trying to come up with the name of the book. There's a book from my childhood that I've been trying to find. I even asked like Chat GPT. I described the entire book and it's like, yeah, we don't know what you're talking about. And it said to go to Reddit and try on Reddit. So I think I did. So I'll have to go check and see if anybody responded to me there. Oh, amazing. Thank you. Because sometimes I see names and they're not always pronounced the way they look. So what is the book? Do you mean the book that from my childhood that I don't know? I don't know the name of the book. That's the problem is I described the whole book to ChatGPT and it has no idea what I'm talking about. And it came out probably in the 60s or the 70s, I would say, maybe the 70s. And it back in the 1900s. And it was sort of along that same vein as the great Gilly Hopkins. The book is about a girl who lives with her mom in an apartment, I believe in New York City, somewhere probably in the boroughs. And her mom dies, but her mom knows she's dying. And so she sets up a plan for her daughter. So things that stuck out was that the apartment had roaches and not the pot kind, the bug kind. And she would every morning she would run hot water in the sink to kill the roaches. And then she had a box of them and she kept them in a box, all these dead. I don't know, this sounds like a really weird story, but it was like sort of like some strange like revenge thing that she thought maybe someday I'll need this. And so when her mom died, her mom had put money aside for her to get a bus ticket from New York to a relative somewhere else. I can't remember where. And so she has this envelope of money, but in her mind, she's like, I'm going to try to get there without spending all of this money. And she takes the envelope inside of her t-shirt and pins it inside her t-shirt. And she goes off and she's walking a lot of the way to this, wherever this other relative lives that is waiting for her to arrive. She doesn't know that the relative is waiting for her. And she needs some money to buy food, and she buys like little cartons of milk, and then she keeps the cartons for water. So whenever she sees a tap like on someone's house, she'll fill her little carton with water so she's got something to drink along the way. This is the story. And I've told all of this to ChatGPT, and it's like, no, you're making this up. and I know I read the story a few times, but it's that I think we all have that book from childhood that is haunting us, that we would love to read again, but we can't remember what it's called. We just know the story. And this is like any movie or book or anything I describe, I am like, okay, here's the whole story, but I have no idea what it's called or who wrote it. And so that's why I started, where is it here? I started logging my books so that when I can't remember the name of it, at least I've got it written down somewhere with a description of the story, that when I'm trying to describe it, I don't do what I just did. So yes. Did I read by candlelight? Yes. Wrapped in fur. Like it was like a Little House on the Prairie. We didn't have hydro. We didn't have fire. The wheel hadn't been invented. Nothing. in the 1900s. Just so that everybody knows, Lola and I know each other in real life, so we have banter. There's a group on Goodreads called What's the Name of That Book? Oh, really? Really? Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. I'm on Goodreads right now. What's the name of that book? Oh, and there's a lot of people in that group. Okay, thank you. I've just opened it, so it'll be waiting for me. The dinosaurs ate my books. Yeah, well, I had to outrun the dinosaurs, so I threw a book behind me to distract them. Based on the description of a girl and her mother, the mother dying, yeah. Okay, yeah, what I'm gonna do is go back to my GPT, to the description I gave, copy that, paste it into the Goodreads book or Goodreads group, and see if we can come up with it, because I don't think it was like a famous book like Gilly Hopkins. Everybody knows that book, that story. They made a movie of it, everything. This is not one of the, I think it's like one of those like sort of one-off books that is now haunting me for the rest of my life. Is it possible this refers to a book similar to A Room Made of Windows? Hold on. A Room Made of Windows. The name is not jumping out at me, but we'll see. By a young girl who wants to be, makes her room. Oh, no. This is not the book, but this sounds kind of interesting too. A young girl who wants to be a writer makes her room an observation post and sits there dreaming about the world while around her move the real people of her family. Oh, that sounds really interesting. Actually, I'm going to add that to my TBR. That sounds interesting. But it's no, that's not it. Not at all. This is the girl just has her mother. That's it. There's no other relatives in her life that she lives with. And then it's the story of her journey, making her way from her apartment with her mom, where her mom has died. The undertaker has taken her mother away, and now she has to get to this other place where family is waiting for her. And I think she does eventually finish the journey on a bus, like a Greyhound kind of bus. And I remember she arrives and somebody, a little kid from the family, sees her and knows it's her and goes running back to the family home to say, she's here, she just got off the bus, kind of thing. So, yeah, but this is not the book. But I'm going to explore this to see if maybe this is a path to the book I'm talking about. But thank you. That's actually really helpful. Because it was a book like I got for Christmas or something when I was like 10 years old or 9 years old or something. And many decades have gone by since then. So it's just, I don't know. I think everybody has a book that haunts them and they wish they could find it again. And so they can kind of revisit that childhood memory. I know when I pick up a book like Little House on the Prairie, it really takes me back. Trixie Belden, that was my favorite when I was young. And that whenever I pick up one of those books, it really, really brings me back. And to that feeling of childhood, that feeling of that time, which I think many of us are craving right now. A simpler time, an analog life, which is why we're all reading and knitting and writing and making sourdough and just trying to slow things down a little bit for our central nervous systems. So yeah, that's bringing up this almost on to 6 hours here. So we got a lot done. We accomplished it all. I'm completely up to date. I'm sitting here looking at all my tabs. I'm like, I have nothing left to do. I'm good. I got it all done. My knitting, I'm going to pack up for the day and take it with me. I have a meeting in a couple hours. I need to go run an errand on my way there and get a little bite to eat and get out for a couple hours for this meeting, and then home to relax and get cozy with my little dog. Oh, I thought he was here. He was like right down here, curled up in his little bed, but he's not there now. I did. I got my day book up to date, because you do that thing where you just kind of write things down, but it's not in the day book. So I got everything into my day book. So that is my master list of everything for the rest of the month. And my knitting journal is up to date. My reading journal is up to date. And I got a good chunk of my book read. I'll show you the book I'm reading right now. It's the book that writes itself. And it's quite an interesting story. It's a spiritual journey, but told as a novel about a dark elf, a little elf. He's just called the Dark Elf, but he's a sweet little thing. He's not like dark, like personality. He's just called Dark Elf. I don't know why. And but it's kind of a neat little story of his journey through I guess he's an elf, so there's kind of a fantasy element to it, but it's not like any of the typical fantasies that we see today. So I was reading that, and yeah, got knitting done, got all kinds of things done. And I'm pretty pleased with how my day went, which is great, which means that for a couple of days, I don't have to be sitting at a computer doing worky stuff. I can just do other things around the house. And I'm going to a Galentine's girls' night event tomorrow, which I don't know anybody there. So that's fun. I know the host, she invited me. And that's the only person I know so far. So we'll see how that goes. I'm going to take something for the potluck and put on my red sweater and go off to a Galentine's thing, and then a quiet weekend, and back at it all on Monday. So I hope everybody had a great day. I did a lot of adulting. Yeah. I don't love adulting because I'm mostly a high functioning toddler, and the adulting stuff, that's why I just like get it all done in one day, and then I don't have to adult till next week. Yeah, this will be me tomorrow getting all the things. Yeah. See, it's like today we could take care of ourselves today so that we can have fun tomorrow. And I will be back doing sprints on Tuesday morning. It will be 11 a.m. Eastern time. So for the UK, I believe that's 4 p.m. So I'm just going to do short sprints because I have a busy day on Tuesday, but I want to get in here and do a couple sprints with everybody. Shorter sprints, just hang out and socialize. And that will be Tuesday. I'll get that set up and scheduled on my channel so that you'll be able to click notify me and not miss it. And yeah. We'll see you on Tuesday. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for hanging out with me. I hope you have an amazing day. Scroll back and click the links that we've dropped to our friends' channels so that you can sub to them as well. And thank you so much, Kate. That's really kind. Thank you. And of course, thanks for hanging out with us. I do love socializing, everybody. Let us know the book title on Tuesday. Yeah, because I've devoted so much of my life to finding the name of this book that it's embarrassing at this point. It's embarrassing, but we'll see. I'm going to keep at it. This will be till my dying day. I will be searching for this book. Hopefully by Tuesday. Hopefully. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening. If it is evening for you, if you're in another part of the world where it's morning, have a great morning. And we will see you on Tuesday. I will hop into other live chats as I see them over the weekend. So you might see me hopping around YouTube, and I'll be sure to say hello. Take care, everyone. Bye.